Ready? Y'all all ready? Y'all ready? Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Horn Lake Board of Aldermen to order. As always, good government depends on the citizens being involved, and we certainly appreciate each and every one of you being here this evening. At this time, I'd like to ask Alderman Bledsoe to lead us in the invocation, please.
If you will, bow your heads, please. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day we had today, and thank you for this city, and thank you for the people that are helping run the city, and that we may do everything to glorify you, and that everybody here, that all this COVID's going around, that they protect it and keep them well, and be with all our workers. They work very hard for the city and the citizens. And again, Lord, thank you for dying on the cross for us so we may go to heaven. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Would you please rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance led by Alderman David Young.
And salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Wheel 'em, baby.
We have a motion by Alderman Geist. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geist.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Number 2 is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Mayor, if there's not any questions, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda items A through R.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Who was that?
Go ahead. One of us.
Alderman Dupree made the second. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geist.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye. Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Moving along, number 3 is the claims docket. Do we have a motion?
Mayor.
Alderman Bostic. Guys, y'all are sounding a lot alike here lately. It is.
I think it's my allergies is making me sound different. I make a motion to approve the claims docket, general fund, $2,151,750.67. The library fund, $13,556.94. The economic development fund, $64,957.22. The utility fund, $328,904.97, for a total docket of $2,559,169.80.
We have a motion by Alderman Geist. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geist.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Nay.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 opposed. All right, number 4, special gifts and presentations. We have Mr. Michael Little with the Gerald Group who's been doing our audit. Please. And thank you. It's a very nice looking package. See your chaperone tonight too.
Michael Little again. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Monica Cooper back there. I'll just briefly go over the audit with you. Everybody should have a copy in front of you. The City of Horn Lake did receive an unmodified opinion. That is the best possible outcome from an audit of the financial statement, so that was excellent.
You just say that's the best possible?
Outcome, yes. Unmodified opinion is excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Page 5 begins the auditor's report. And the most important paragraph in that report is actually at the top of page 6 under opinion. Part of the first sentence reads, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects. And continues, but this refers to the unmodified aspect of the financial statements, which is excellent. The management discussion and analysis section is next and begins on page 8. This information gives a good outline of the financial statements and reports additional information. For those of you that might not be familiar with the governmental financial statements, pages 10 and 11 have some great information to help explain that particular type of presentation. For example, on page 10, right under the heading Government-Wide Statements, the government-wide statements report information about the city as a whole using accounting methods similar to those used by private sector companies. Page 11 summarizes the city's two types of fund financial statements. Under the governmental funds heading, most of the city's basic financial services are included in governmental funds, which focus on, one, how cash and other financial assets that can readily be converted to cash in and out, and the balances left at year end are available for spending. And then under the proprietary fund heading, proprietary funds are for services which the city charges customers a fee, like government-wide statements. Under these funds provide both long and short-term financial information. The utility fund is a proprietary fund. Next, the government-wide statements begin on page 18 with a statement of net position. And as mentioned earlier, this presentation includes all long and short-term financial information for the city. I wanted to point out a couple of things on this page. Cash increased from the prior year by about $5.27 million, so the city's total cash was $18.7 million at September 30th, 2021. The section right before liabilities, you'll see deferred outflows of resources. I just want to touch on that briefly. It includes a line item, deferred outflows related to pensions. As a reminder, this has resulted from a new accounting standard in 2015 intended to present more detail about the PERS unfunded liability and the proportionate share that the city has. This has had a significant impact on the city's financial statements. As you can see further down under liabilities, pension liability for the city is about $17.2 million as of September 30th, 2021. This is explained in much more detail in the notes to the financial statements. The city reduced its total debt during the year by about $3.76 million. And moving on to page 19 is the government-wide statement of activities. Really just wanted to go over this, kind of how it's laid out, just so you kind of understand it. The statement really does a good job of summarizing the results of the city's operations or the change in net position for the year. To go over this, if you first look at the first column there on the left under heading expenses, the city's total primary government expenses were about $25.2 million for 2021. As you move to the right, there are different revenue columns under the heading program revenues, such as fines and charges for services or operating and capital grants and contributions. Those program revenues total about $10.75 million. If you continue to the far right column and down the middle of the page, you will see a net total of the city's expenses and program revenues, which is a negative $14.49 million. Continuing down that further right far column there, you will see the general revenues come into play that offset the negative net amount. Those revenues consist of property taxes, sales taxes, franchise taxes, etc. These revenues total, if you look at those revenues, the negative net amount of $14.49 million now becomes a positive, or an increase of about $3.57 million in the city's net position. The governmental fund financial statements begin on page 20. I won't really go over much with those. The proprietary fund, which is your utility fund, those financial statements begin on page 24. And just to point out a few of the notes, in the notes of the financial statements, those begin on page 29. and have some really useful information. For example, on pages 39 through 40, that summarizes all the city's capital debt. You can actually see y'all's acquisitions during the year and any retirements. And then on page 41, you'll see the notes concerning long-term debt for the city. Page 43 actually summarizes all the future principal and interest payments, so some good information there. And as I alluded to earlier, page 45 actually has all the pension note disclosures that give you a lot more detail on that unfunded pension liability I mentioned earlier. Just moving on, there's some required supplementary information concerning the general fund budget to actual, and some additional supplementary information on the pension liability begins on page 52 there. There's a schedule of surety bonds for municipal officials later, and some supplementary information. But you'll notice this year there's no schedule of federal expenditures for the city, and that's because the city did not expend $750,000 or more in federal dollars for 2021. The reports on compliance and internal control begin on page 61. And the only thing we noted for the city to really work on is improving their property tagging system for all equipment that can be properly tagged. And this is mentioned on page 63. But overall, it's a very solid report, and we really think Jim, Marie, and AJ and the rest of the staff did a great job of helping us out and getting us information in a timely manner. So we really appreciate the relationship, and thank you, Mayor, as well. So
Thank you for putting up with me during all of this.
but I know that was kind of quick to go through it, but are there any questions?
Does anyone have a question or any comments for Mr. Michael? Well, Mr. Michael, we certainly thank you and your firm for the great job, the detailed job, the nice package, giving us a brief overview. I know that it was really hard doing this because we were in the process of remodeling and moving everything around, and this was your first year to step in and do it. I hope we can have the benefits of your company in future years. I want to thank you very much for the wonderful job you did for the city. And I want to thank everybody associated with the city for this good audit. It was through their efforts that everything came out extra fine.
Yes, sir. Nicely done.
And thank you for driving up here. Thank y'all for driving up here tonight.
No problem at all.
Driving home?
Yes, sir.
Well, y'all be careful on the road.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Michael. All right. Mr. T.J. Cates. I think everybody knows you, Mr. T.J.
You don't mind. How's everybody doing? Great. Thanks so
Good. How are
much. This
you?
is my second year, wrapping up my second year. It's been exciting to meet all the decision makers, talking to the people. I keep trying to get people to fill up. I'll be sure and talk to the microphone.
All right, thank you, sir.
I knew that was coming. Okay. What I did was I put together an economic development update about a month ago. And the funny thing about it, I did about 5 weeks ago. There's some more cool stuff that's coming to Horn Lake that we're going to be proposing to the board, to the planning commission. I just spoke with Alderman Bledsoe last week about a new 55 and up community that I would like to see. We had a piece of land that was developed there, turned down for an RV park, if you remember, on the west side of the street next to the fire station. I went and I found the owner of that property. And I hate to hear somebody hear the word no, but obviously it was never going to be an RV park with the houses around there. So we're able to work on something right now. It's not in here, but we want to get, I don't know how to say it, just a better quality of people living here. And there's nothing better than 55 and up. And we're going to propose to you over the next month or two a gated 55 and up community. It's going to be quads, if you know the quads at the rear entry, a lake, a fountain, a walking trail. It's going to be nice. I keep saying, I told Jill, I said, it's gonna smell like cookies every time you drive by the little grandmas. They'll have so many of them. We'll take a look at this and I'll walk you through it. I don't have a clicker, so. Who's doing it? Okay, thank you. This is something that Dave Young and I talked about a couple years ago. I've met with some other aldermen, Alderman Klein, Alderman at Large Klein. He's talked about it. We don't really have a downtown Horn Lake. When you say we're in Horn Lake, where is Horn Lake? Half the people don't realize when you get off the interstate at 55 or Home Depot or Cracker Barrel, that's something that I know that's always been a struggle. And what we've come up with is a concept for a downtown walking district. And if you know where the land is next to the Walmart market, I think it used to be a church back when I was a kid, and then it became, if you're familiar with where it is, we want to do something and design it. It's around 25 to 30 acres. It's 4 or 5 owners, which makes it lots of fun to contact everybody. But it is in the historic overlay or historic district right next to the railroad tracks. And Scott from the design shop that's over there being very quiet because he's studious, he actually donated his services. This is not going to be an expense to the city. He and I have been working on this for a couple months, and I think it was going to be a few $1,000s, $2,000 to $3,000 to design a concept. And what he's done is he's agreed to donate that because he really wants to start working with municipalities down here in North Mississippi because of our rapid and our big tremendous growth. He's located downtown on Main Street on the trolley line. I appreciate you doing that offer, and we're going to get there, and we've got to find an investor. But if I can get something that shows what it's going to look like, I can take it and pitch it to national investors and international investors. So that's why we need that. Okay, I'm ready. This is just another thing we're talking about, the retail. If we start getting the young professionals that work in medical, work in Amazon, the executives come to town, there's a whole group out there up to about 40 years old that don't get married. They don't buy houses. They don't want to cut the grass. So what I'd like to do, and it's all up to you, but what I would like to do is give them something that they may see in a Buckhead area of Atlanta. They may see outside Nashville or any major city. They don't want to live in the city. They want to live in the suburbs, but they don't want to live with they call it Familyville. They don't want to live in Familyville. So if we have shops, coffee shops, and places down below, then that way they can live, work, and play all in the same district. So that's kind of my idea. This is something I've been working on quietly because they're pretty tight-lipped. I'd say the past 3 to 4 months. And this is Piggly Wiggly. I gave them a test. I had to pick them address. I gave them 4955, which is Church and 51, because I understood that the high-rise senior living had not worked out, I think, because of funding. But we did not come in great. It has to take in $8 per square foot per week to make it work out for them. We came in at like $7.02 per square foot. I gave them another address. It's right next to your fire station too. Yeah, okay. And it's going to, and they need to be 5 acres. Well, great. This is going to play in perfectly with the 55 and up because with 5 acres out of 19 leaves us 14, and you leave about 2.5 to 3. You could probably back that up on how much we lose to roads. It's going to be a good mix with the Piggly Wiggly and the 55 and up in the back. But here's the good thing about this Piggly Wiggly. This Piggly Wiggly is actually out of Alabama. So later on, if you want to go Google Piggly Wiggly Birmingham, it's very upscale. It's all about produce, deli, and their meat department. The outside it has red awnings, real pretty brick. It's very architectural pleasing. So we're going to like the look of it. It's definitely a step up for anything that anybody's ever seen in the area. So that's what we're looking at right now, is doing that little combo. There it is. I forgot I did that. That's what the outside of the store looks like. It's going to be 40,000 square feet. It's going to bring in, they're expecting their sales to be around $227,000 to $237,000 in sales per week out of that store. So it would take somebody like Jim Robinson and his big brain to tell me how much money that would make for the city. But it's customer service. Nobody's happy right now with self-checkout, self-sacking, carrying out your own groceries. They're going to do all 3 of those for you. So we're going to feed off of Lake Cormorant, Nesbit, a lot of South Haven down Church Road. So we're going to be getting their tax dollars in our pocket. This is the Allen Road project, which I've been working on for a couple of years. Chad could probably answer the question every time I ask. They said they have everything in. It's going to go right on the corner, on the southwest corner of Allen Road and Goodman Road. And it's going to be a little restaurant. Everybody's asking for sit-down restaurants. This has it. It's going to have a little coffee shop. It's got a little outdoor area that people can sit and enjoy conversation. Chad, did they pretty much, Chad? Allen Road and Goodman Road. Okay. I know that they had a lift station right there on the corner, and they had a 150-foot radius because of MDOT. So I was able to work with MDOT, and the mayor was a big help with that we were able to get MDOT to give us a variance so we could do an exit onto Allen Road for them. So it takes teamwork. So I'm excited about that project. This is our $5 million upscale RV park by Sam Patel. A lot of the people in hospitality and hotels are getting into hospitality, and there's a big market in RVs right now. So this is something that we pushed it got approved and everything last year, and it's going to go, if you go straight up Goodman, take a right on 51, there's that old Legion Hall, I think it is, and then there's a couple empty lots. This will be right there on the second empty lot. These already closed on this property, just like the Allen Road people. When they actually wait 6 months to make sure it's worthwhile for their project, and then they go ahead and close on the property, then their side is ready to go. So I was excited to see that happen. This is DeSoto Commons. I think it was developed in 2004, and some of their things are a little bit outdated. So the first thing I see is they come in and they have to come in and get it rezoned. So everybody's familiar with that. Dale Wilson now, if anybody's asking about the hotel or the, what would you call it, like the miniature 10,000 square foot warehouses, those are going up right now. And those are going to be for companies like carpet, plumbing, things like that. So I talked to Dale Wilson. He has a couple more hotel sites are going to open when that connects to Church Road. And I talked to Ron Patel to get an update from him. He's ready to start his gas station. He's already cleared his dirt. He's going to be bringing in 120,000 yards of dirt from Hernando to fill up from the floodplain. So we're going to see some great things on Interstate Boulevard right now. I always send these emails, and I guess y'all get them, but it's with I think it's one more up, please. One more up, I think. The Chickasaw Park. The Chickasaw Park we've been working on for a long time, and Cyrus Harris, which was our 5-time governor, I believe, and which is what they call their chief. He lived in Horn Lake, and we're hoping to give him the namesake for it. It's been a long process. The last step in this, which I believe happened, and I talked to Pastor Long about it last week, we did get our archaeological survey, and we got it completed, and we have it. He even did another update, which was great, and that was the last thing that Chickasaw wanted before they'll come bless the land. And like the mayor told me, he said, if we can have the Chickasaw to be our partners in this, that we keep the land, we're going to own the land, but we're going to have them as partners. There should be some good federal money to come in and start doing some wonderful things. Debbie Crum with Magnolia Wildlife Research, she has come up in rehabilitation. We met with her a couple months ago, and she wants to do an educational center out there and educate children on things there's so many species of plants and birds and animals. So it's really made tremendous progress since we did this a couple years ago. We can keep going. So hopefully we're close enough this year. I could see it happening this year, but I'm not in charge. But to go ahead and get a couple signs up, get a couple trailheads, maybe one off of Horn Lake and one off next to the little Blue Coast Burrito, is that the name of it? And since we own that land, and have a couple small hiking trails it'd be about a mile around, and that way we're not going into the woods itself. And that's something we could do. Mr. Box, thanks for the help, by the way. He mows every time I tell him we have somebody to go look at it. And I think the rumor is heard that we have a Chick-fil-A coming in. It's still going through a little bit of studies right now, but they did their letter of intent. It's getting closer. I confirmed all that with Dale Wilson. It's set to be 2 acres, and it's set to be one of the largest Chick-fil-A's in North Mississippi, which says a lot about your city, Horn Lake, and everything you are doing up there. And it's going to have 2 drive-throughs. So we're excited about that happening. Or Whataburger, which is pretty popular. I talked to Mayor Adams about it, and he really wanted a Whataburger, and he wants to know what's going on in Horn Lake. And I'm like, well, just watch us grow, man. We were just primed to see it all happen. It's like you get one and you get another. And our park that we did, the fitness park, it's really, I love to drive by there and see people working out there and getting some good exercise. And we have some people out there teaching, I think, Chief, I think that some of your officers are out there doing classes and utilizing it. So that really means a lot to use Latimer Park. I spoke with our parks director today because I do keep up with social media. I don't engage because I'm not a city employee. I'm not a city person as far as the comments that come in, and everybody, they'll ask about different things like splash pads. If we could get a sponsor to cover that, that's something's really big. And a lot of parents want to see something that children can do. And I think once we get the park open, the eco park, and find some things that they can do within our city, it would be a great thing. So, Ronnie Rhoda, I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but he's out there selling these sheds. He said out of 37 people nationally selling the metal sheds, he was number 3 in the nation for sales out of that one location. He tried to open up an olive branch on Old 78. He already had the land. They fought him. He tried to open up on South Haven. God bless South Haven if you're watching. But he couldn't get it open. They just kept fighting him. And what you did through the planning, and mayor and everybody worked with him, he was open in about 6 weeks. His first month, he did $90,000 in sales, which is way ahead of where he expected to be. He's looking at doing well to $1 to $2 million. And then there's our Starbucks. I personally love Starbucks. Their pumpkin spice latte, you can laugh at me if you want to, but I got one Saturday. I personally love it. I think it's a great place to go for Wi-Fi, for meetings. There's not a good place to go and meet somebody for meetings around town, and I can definitely see people coming over to our area to sit down, have a meeting, and do some Zooming. Anyway, that's it. So, trying to remember. I don't think there's anything else that I can bring up right now. I'm excited about the Piggly Wiggly. They've been to my house actually twice. They've driven in from Alabama. I've talked to them on the phone. They should be here, so I'm expecting pen to paper on them and Mr. Paul Patel to go, and at least a letter of intent, probably 6 months due diligence. So I'm expecting them to go ahead and be ready to break ground, I would say early spring of next year, which that'll be huge, a huge draw. My parents had a grocery store their whole lives. They go to the Olive Branch Piggly Wiggly because they don't want to check themselves out and they want service. So anyway, that's what I have. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you for the great presentation. And just to remind everybody, was it Ms. Crum that wanted to do that for Magnolia down there when we get the park going? They want to have a learning center. They want to have a rehabilitation, a couple of bills of whatever they would be for the birds. And they are going to be completely 100% funded themselves. We don't have to use any city money. We don't have to ask the state for any money or the feds for any money. This group is wanting to come in and they will take care of all of their own expenses, which will be just wonderful for us, wonderful for our citizens and visitors. Great help to the livestock and to the wildlife around here. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Mr. TJ? Alderman Young.
It's happening. Thank you. The people of Horn Lake for so long have needed what's going on in Horn Lake. Are there more things that we need? Sure. Are there more things that we need to work on? Absolutely. But I'm just very, very impressed with your due diligence, your efforts that you brought forward. You coordinate with other developers and other entities so well and brings everybody's working together. And you can get a lot of things done when you don't care who gets the credit. And it's obvious that the team that you have manifested and is working with you and the folks in Memphis and the architects and Mr. Wilson and all the people, the designers and the money people that are coming in. Horn Lake will not look the same way it did in 2 years today. It's just, there's a lot going on and a lot more coming. I just want to thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the communication that we share. And I know, everybody wants sit-down restaurants. We do have sit-down restaurants, but it's going to come as we get some that are testing $1 million, $2 million here for fast food, and it's going to go. And then one thing I want to address after Alderman Bledsoe had a question, I did want to address one thing that's not on the, go ahead, sir.
Alderman Bledsoe, did you?
One thing, we see all these pictures, it's been about 2 years, I want to see a lot of people building. I'm ready for it. My tooth fell out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm with you on that. I mean, this is a long, tedious thing, and one thing I've learned working with all of y'all, and I respect everything everybody does, is patience. I'm not very patient. I wish I was. I'm not. If I want to do something, I feel like if I wake up at 5, go to bed at 11, make 20 calls a minute, and have meetings, I feel like it should get done, and it takes, the due diligence period drives me up the wall, but I'm constantly in their face. I'm constantly calling, texting, and answering emails. And then while I'm working on these, I'm over here spinning a plate. I feel like I spin so many plates. They're landing, but I get it, man. I mean, y'all pay me annually to do what I do, and it would be great to say, okay, here's this chunk of money that TJ brought in. I think we're getting so close, but you know, it's really teaching me a lot of patience. If I could bring up one subject that we're working with right now that is one of my biggest challenges, because I've been a licensed realtor in Tennessee with emphasis on large home builders and here in Nashville, is our interest rate is 6.5% to 7%. It drives me crazy that we don't have neighborhoods of new, beautiful neighborhoods, 1,800 square feet. I'm on your roll now, and a double garage. You know, if somebody works like. We had, at the chamber a couple weeks ago, we had a meeting, and it was sponsored by Wright. What was it? Yeah. And I told him, I said, you know, sometimes I'll do my phone calls, and I will literally sit in the parking lot, or I'll sit on the side of the road, because I want to see what's going on around me. I want to learn of what's out there. I can't see that in an office. And I sat in front of O'Reilly's one day, and I watched the cars come out. They take a right or they take a left. Majority of them took a right. And then what I do is I've talked to some of these people that run the warehouses in your city, including Amazon. When you write checks, what address is on the check when you have employees? Senatobia, Batesville, and Memphis. So we have people that are here working, making $18 to $20 an hour, but they can't afford to live in our city. And I'm not saying to build cheap houses. I'm saying I wish that we could find some way to grab some of those people, because I know that it would be better to keep the working class people that we would like to have. But the interest rate thing is just killing us for the 1,800 square feet. For example, 1,800 square feet is going to bring a house value around $300,000 to $320,000. To qualify for that on an FHA loan, they're going to have to put down 3%, which is a lot, and they're also, which they may not be able to save it, and they're also going to be paying $2,200 to $2,400 per month. To get that needs to be like 45% of their income, and if they have a car note, that comes right off the top. So the reason that they're not buying Horn Lake right now is because they can't afford it. I think with the election, I don't do politics, guys. I know I get asked to do politics all the time. I don't. But I'm hoping that I'm trying to find some developers and builders right now that will project into 2 years down the road, because it's going to take 6 months due diligence and contracts. It's going to take another year to get in and get these lots developed, and we're 18 months in. I would hope that if we can start getting some of them to project and trust us in Horn Lake, that we can start having neighborhoods. I would like to see it grow. I mean, then the big sit-down restaurants come. Then we have our economy, and when you need something in your ward, then we got the money in the bank. So that's something I'm working on right now, and it's really struggles. The highest I ever fought was like 6%, and we did a 2-1 buy down on a FHA arm, so it'd bring them in 2 points below prime, and then they'd have to qualify for the second year. So there's ways to work around it. I'm just trying to find some builders that'll play right now. They're all concentrating on bigger houses, and I would like to see bigger houses down by Star Landing and Tulane. So that's something I'm trying to get somebody to buy up that land and put us in 1.5 acre lots. Anyway, y'all just keep that in there, because we want to find some homes.
Alderman Bledsoe.
They're going to move pretty quick, because the people that I met with are the ones that stocked the store. What they did is a $10 million investment per store, so they didn't even want to come back and meet with the landowners yet. I tried to set them up with the landowners 3 weeks ago, and they said, no, we don't want to talk to the landowners yet. We got to get our $10 million investors that'll come in, because every store is independently owned. I could imagine it being the first part of the spring it would break open. And that lot's pretty easily. I mean, infrastructure's there. It's not a lot of clearing. I could see that. But, you know, you can't fight it. If you're asking somebody to put $10 million, they're not going to write us a check tomorrow. But I would expect it by springtime I could see something happening over there. Two totally different things. The developer, that's what I met with the owner, Paul Patel. He wanted to sell the land for $1 million. Piggly Wiggly's gonna pay him like 1.5 for the 5 acres. They pay $10 per square foot. So, yeah, so actually the deal, what I do is I pitch an idea and I had it put together. So what I did was pitch him in to go ahead and get it developed out, and then we can get a builder in there pretty easily to do those 55 and ups. Dude, me too. I emailed it to you Friday, Thursday or Friday. Did you get it? I'll print it out and get it to you. Okay. I'm sorry I took up so much time.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Well, if they develop that land, they'll have to tear down Mr. Billy Gray Wright's old
Yeah.
Deary Casino back there in the back.
Oh, was it a casino? How do you know it was a casino, Mayor?
I never went till it was
Oh, that's
closed.
you. Make some liquor deliveries from the store.
Alderman Bledsoe has something.
I can't say it's not. You know, the Cherokee, they haven't said casino. The Cherokee just spent $500 million buying Gold Strike Casino, and now they're moving in on Horseshoe. But this is the Chickasaw. The Cherokee are out of North Carolina and Tennessee. The Chickasaw are around this region, and the Choctaw are south. But I don't know. They would have to come before you, and everybody has a vote, and they haven't said anything about it. They're just so honored, sir, to come in to the land that it was taken away from them. My great-grandmother, my daughter's named Lucinda is her second name. My great-grandmother, Lucinda, moved. Her family came from the Trail of Tears. To have them be able to come in and have the elders come back to the land that they're kicked off of in 1800s, this is really powerful for them. Plus, it's floodline. The mayor would know about that.
Well, anybody else have any questions or comments? You have done a great job bird dogging for us.
Bird dogging.
You've been getting out there, getting on point. Which the Chickasaws, we got that archaeological survey, like Mr. TJ said, and we're going to pass that on to them. And then there's a youth program the state of Mississippi started last year, Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Conservation Program. And last year they gave away $31 million. And we've already contacted them about possibly getting a grant from them. We can't submit the grant except between October the 1st, October 31st. Mr. Hawkinsmith from the planning department is already working on that for us. And one of the commissioners has expressed an interest about coming up here and hiking through those woods. I'm sure he wants to wait till it gets a little bit cooler. So I hope and pray that all of these things come through. It's looking good, but you never know till the door is open or the first person walks on a trail. So let's please all keep working, supporting Mr. TJ, his efforts, and saying prayers all the time. Anybody else have questions for Mr. TJ? Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry it took so long. I'm glad we had everybody here to talk to.
No, thank you for filling us in. This is great.
All right, thank you so much.
And the citizens will all have the opportunity to hear it. All right, moving on down, number 5, planning. That's you, Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to add on his comments on the 1,800 square foot. I'd seen a publication, it was from Stansberry Research recently in the last couple weeks, and it was a graph. I can show you, it's on my phone or whatever, but I took a screenshot of it. And just for something to consider, in your decisions as you make in the future, that what they showed is going back to 2008, the national inventory for houses for sale was about 4 million units. But we're currently setting nationally at about 1 million units, which is a drastic reduction. And then when your person figures in the increase in population nationally in the last 15 years, that also adds to the mix there, which is keeping the price of homes high. So I do know that the folks that did Sage Creek, if you remember, Sage Creek Phase 1 plat was before you here not too long ago, and the board approved that. They'd come into the planning department before we moved for the remodel here at City Hall. And they were just kind of testing the water, saying that, well, Chad, you know, the market is changing on us with the increase of interest rates by basically doubling in 12 months' time or so. That what do you think of what the board would say with trying to ask for something less than 1,800 square foot? And I says, well, you could certainly try that. I don't know how much success you'd have, but I think there's an argument to be made for something less than 1,800 square foot as a minimum, just as a point of reality for a lot of people that work. So I would just kind of piggyback, if you will, or coattail on Mr. Cate's thoughts for the board to consider that. I would hate for Sage Creek not to be developed after it's been amended last year. Perhaps it would need to be re-amended again, obviously, if the board wants to go with less than 1,800 square foot as a minimum. So, but that's I think that's just some reality as far as the numbers where they're playing out nationally.
Thank you, sir. Did you have any other items for tonight, sir?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Anybody have any questions or comments? But like Mr. Chad said, there's a shortage in the number of houses, but in addition to the interest rate increasing, doubling in a year, it's the cost of materials and the cost of labor. So you had all of those, the perfect firestorm hit all at one time. And it does affect who can qualify to purchase a home. All right, moving on down, number 6, new business. Letter A is a public hearing. I now declare it open. There's some properties here that need to be cleaned up. Is there anyone out there who wishes to speak for or against the properties on this list? That being the question then, no answer. The public hearing is now closed. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Bostic.
before I make this motion, I wanted to thank Jim for reaching out to Stephen. We approve quite a few houses. It seems every meeting we have anywhere from 8 to 15 properties that need to be cleaned. And we've had issues with grass cutters getting them done. So I know there's a couple of them that's been approved over 2 months ago that still aren't cut. So whatever y'all can do to try to find somebody, if you know somebody that cuts grass, have them call the city and put a bid in, because we need to get these properties cleaned up. I just want to make a motion to approve the resolution for cleaning private property of the addresses listed, please.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
I guess the question I got is, why are we still going through this rigmarole when we have a new rental agreement? We have a new law that's in effect that says we don't do this anymore. Why is that not being handled the way it's supposed to be? We should be, if those are rental properties, which I can look at the majority of them and tell you that they are, why are we not fining the property owners as our RIPLA says we're supposed to? Why are we not following our own law?
Good question.
I'd like a good answer.
Well, we have been discussing that, you know, with Mr. Don and Mr. Chad, and they've got to implement that. And for those of you who are not aware, the rental ordinance says the property owner, like Alderman Young said, is responsible for it. So when our code officers go to a house that needs items done to bring it up to code, if it's a rental property, we should just contact the home owner. And let me ask Mr. Millie something here. Do we still have to do these resolutions if we follow the RIPLA?
I got no mic anymore, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Mayor, the city's always had the option on whether or not to proceed under this type of resolution under 21-19-11 or proceed under the zoning ordinance, which has a provision in it that says grass can't be, overly high or 6 inches high. You can proceed under either one. Under the zoning ordinance or the Rental Property Licensing Act, it gets to the point of an owner receiving a citation to come to court. And the judge can, in his discretion, fine the owner or enter an order saying you've got to clean your property. And he may or may not. And then you're forced again with trying to find that person in contempt, bringing him back to court and possibly fining him again or putting him in jail with the property still not cleaned up yet. Under this process, under 21-19-11, we find the property is unclean and the city or its contractor can go out and clean these properties tomorrow and get them clean, which is what ultimately what you want. And after that, the city can then assess the cost of cleaning as a lien against the property, such that that cost is collected with the taxes that are paid on that property every year. So in effect, the property gets cleaned at no cost to the city under this process.
It just takes about a year sometimes to get the money back when they collect the taxes.
Yes, sir, it's collected in arrears, but again, it's no cost to the city eventually.
Did that help you out some?
Now, the issue here was for the RIPLA to be instituted was because we're cutting property owners' grass and they could care less. They're just gonna let us keep cutting it. They don't care. We're supposed to. We have a law, we have a code that we're supposed to be following. We're not following our own code. And it's not because of the officers out there, from what I understand. It's a department level decision. I would like to know when we're going to institute the RIPLA, when we're going to start following our own law that this board voted on, and make sure that our department heads follow our direction. Yeah, we can always do this once we reach the point that Mr. Billy's talking about. If we get to where they don't want to do it and we're charging them $50 a day after 15 days per the RIPLA, is there anybody in here that owns property that's going to allow that to go along very long? No. That's a whole lot more than what we're charging now just to keep cutting the grass for them. We're nothing more than their yard maintenance company, and we should not be at that level. We should be better than that, and our citizens expect us to be.
Well, you're right. Everybody's been dealing with this problem for years and decades. And the way the RIPLA thing is set up, it should really, really help. The planning department right now is over code enforcement. So we've just now got, as you know, a supervisor for code enforcement. We're shorthanded, we're down to 2 people. But even with the 2 people, I would certainly like to see that procedure followed. I've been talking to Mr. Don, and Mr. Chad's had a chance to talk to him, I think, once or twice, but not to any great extent. But we have been discussing this. You and I have discussed it in the last couple of weeks. So does anybody have any questions? Alderman Geis.
In reference to what Mr. Campbell was talking about, who at the city is responsible for filing those liens on these?
We do it once a year, Alderman Geis, and I think you'll see a resolution on the next board meeting or maybe later tonight. But we do it once a year. Unfortunately, the county tax collector's office will only accept them once per year. And so the list we send down in September or October will go on the 2023 tax bills that are sent out later this year, that are due and payable February 1st of 2024.
Anybody else? Okay, we had a motion by Alderman Bostic, a second by, was it Alderman Dupree? All right. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostick.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye. Motion carries, 7 in favor, none opposed. All right. Letter B. Do we have a motion? It's to request approval of the school resource officer funding assistance agreement among the city, DeSoto County, and the DeSoto County School District. There was a question about it. Mr. Billy and I discussed it. We thought at first their one-time thing last year was it. But it's been explained to us, no, it is a recurring thing.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Dupree.
I was under that assumption as well as we sat back there and we talked about it and we specifically said, is this a one-time event? And it was explained to us, yes.
That's correct. But now they're saying that they expect it every year. Well, the school board gives $60,000 a year to that for school resource or officers. They ask the municipalities to make up the difference, to bring it up to what, 75,000, Mr. Billy? Is that what it is? Mr. Jim?
Yes, from 75,000 to 90.
90,000. All right, so that's what they request. And I know it puts the board in an awkward position because you sure don't want to say, no, we're not going to help pay for a school resource officer to protect the children at school. That's just the way.
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I think we're all paying for those deputies. We all pay county taxes.
That's right.
They came to us last year, if I recall correctly, and I think if most people are going to be in agreement, and said that the sheriff had volunteered to take all that school money and provide a deputy in every school, and the cities wouldn't have to do it anymore. And two of the county supervisors came to us and asked for a one-time amount of money because the sheriff had not considered equipment costs. And the board, the majority of the board agreed to go on and do that once. So now they're back this year, not with the same amount, but even more. And we all pay county taxes. We're already paying for those deputies. We're already, if we want to spend $90,000, we can add a police officer to our own city. That's just my opinion. The sheriff spoke up and said he wanted that money. He was going to have deputies in all those schools. Both sheriff's candidates ran on that school resource officer program, how they were going to add more. So, that's the sheriff's department program now. We had police officers in our schools and we're paying for them long before the county thought about putting one in a school. So, we were doing fine before the sheriff came up and said he wanted to do it. So that's my opinion on it. It's not about the kids, but the sheriff would just have to explain why he's not protecting the taxpayers in this city if he doesn't agree with it.
Well, if we don't, and I'm not taking one side here, I'm not arguing about it. I'm just trying to figure out which way we're going to go. If we say, okay, we're not going to pay you, and they say, okay, you turn down the funds, and so you'd have to provide the police officers back there at the schools. Give us the $60,000 per officer, which doesn't cover the cost of an officer. And we'd have to put those officers back in the schools. Chief Pullen, do you have any comments on this? Or am I just catching you totally cold and throwing you into the fire?
I definitely have an opinion. My understanding is the same as what Alderman Geis has said. I don't have the manpower to put them back in the schools. We lost our officers to the sheriff's department when this came about. So when the offer was made last year, our officers that were in the school decided to go to the sheriff's department. So we had already lost those bodies, and I don't have them to put back in there.
It's a quandary. Alderman Dupree.
Chief, what does a school resource officer make?
I don't know what they make at the sheriff's department. Ours were all P4s making our P4 pay, so, I don't know what they make down there, though.
Okay, with the money that we could save from giving to the county, we can put back into your budget for you to hire some resource officers for us. Then we don't have to go through all this. We manage it ourselves again. I mean, because if you can't keep paying the county, well, we can because they're double dipping. So they're already getting our tax dollars through the county. We pay more in taxes for the schools than anything, and then we turn around and having to pay them again. And they're double dipping this, and I do not agree with that.
Well, what they're asking for is not the salary of all the officers that go in there. It's the difference between $60,000 and what they pay those officers. And it's kind of a quandary, because if we say no, we're not gonna pay it, give us the $60,000 per officer, then we don't have the officers to put back in the schools. Alderman Klein.
Mayor, of course, the school board has fully funded this program with $3.2 million that they've given to municipalities or to the sheriff's department. And it was told to me last year that the sheriff's department came to the school and requested to take over all. They offered to take over all schools, all county schools. And these are county schools, and we love our city. And we love our county schools in our cities. So don't get me wrong there. But it's being fully funded by the school board already to the county with $3.2 million. They've upped it where they've increased the middle schools and the high school with 2 SROs instead of just 1, and some maybe more. So, and there again, we were told that it was going to be a one-time thing. Hopefully, they didn't say definitely, but they said hopefully it should be a one-time thing. We should be able to work it into our budget. I can remember the conversation. We should be able to work it in our budget to where we won't have to hit you next year. Now, it was God sent that they offered to put those in because we needed the additional personnel in our city rather than tied up in the school. So I know it's a quandary, but if anything, we can cut back and then cut it all the way out next year instead of giving them half.
I don't know. I know it's a tough one, and thank you for explaining that, but I don't think any citizen in this city, if we said we're gonna cut out the SROs, is gonna go for that. Alderman Geis.
If the school's paying $60-something thousand for each officer and they're wanting us to pay an additional $90,000, what is the county actually paying toward those officers?
Exactly.
The sheriff's department. That's a good question.
You know, it sounds like
Very little, if
they're
nothing.
getting the political pleasure of saying they're protecting all our kids while asking everybody else to pay for it.
Yeah.
That's that
You know,
double
and
dipping.
again, I go back to, we were covering our schools just fine before he offered to take it all. So, you know, I would say it's on them. You know, if he wants to pull his deputies out, and do that, then that's on the sheriff. You know, we'll protect our kids however we're gonna protect them. I don't think the chief there is not gonna have an officer over there. We'll figure it out.
Well,
But you know, next year he wants to add another one, or he wants new cars, and then he comes back to us to pay for all that when we're sitting here arguing in our budget time about raises when we think everybody should get better raises and all that. There's, you know, equipment that we're wanting to buy, things we're wanting to do in the city, amenities for our taxpayers. And then we're gonna give the sheriff's department an additional $90,000 after he took our officers that we paid for in training to go in those positions to begin with. So, you know, that's why I voted against it last year.
Well, what is our alternative there? If we say, we're not gonna pay it, and they say, well, we can't supply the officers, then chief has got to do something, because we cannot have schools without officers there. Alderman Young.
We knew last year when this conversation come up that we was being hoodwinked by the sheriff. We knew it. We had that conversation. We knew he was gonna pull this. Because the deputies that are SROs, because I remember looking at the report, it was $120,000 a year. That did not include their new vehicle for some reason that they required at each school. We can't go over here to any one of these schools in the city of Horn Lake, and I'm sure your son can probably even expedite further on this, or whatever the word is I'm looking for. We can't tell them to cut the grass because it don't look good, because why? That's not city property. Not city property. Those schools belong to the county. The school board gets dadgum near $400 million a year to run those schools. All they got to do, per law in the state of Mississippi, is say, we need another $500,000 to put every SRO in these schools. And guess what? Supervisors have no choice. The sheriff needs to do his campaign promise, along with the sheriff-elect. Put SROs in these schools. That's what they campaigned on. Now either stand up beside it or get the hell out of the business.
So am I to take it that, well, we're on letter B, and we've discussed it. Do we have a motion to approve it or to deny it?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
make a motion to deny the request from the sheriff's department.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
Mayor, do we make motions to deny, or do we just let it die?
Either way.
Either way, okay, just making sure.
And I'll second to deny.
Okay, we got a motion by Alderman Geis. We have a motion by Alderman Dupree. Is there any more discussion?
Mayor,
Who's that? Alderman Dupree.
it's just come to me thinking about the future for the sheriff's department and SROs. In the campaign trail, the sheriff said he wanted 2 to 3 SROs in each school. And we're up here fighting for our own. I don't see in the future how that's gonna happen. If he wants more SROs officers in the schools, where is he gonna get the money? Cause he can't get it from us. It's just a question. I don't know what the answer is, but we need to cover our children, of course. You see where I'm going with that? Mm-hmm. So it's just a campaign promise. It can't be done.
That's true.
All right, any more discussion? Alderman Bostic.
If y'all remember very clearly, I was very verbal about all of this last year.
Yes, you were.
From the very beginning. And I voted for it and didn't want to vote for it. And I'm going to go back to what I said back then, and I'm going to repeat it this time. The school board will not let it happen, and the sheriff's department will not let it happen, and there will be SROs in all of those schools, one way or the other, whether they get $1 from us or they get $90,000 from us. And if they don't do that, then they're going to have to live with their decision.
Well, I hope you're right. I hope they don't turn around and tell us we can't do it, and it's up the board, turn them down. I mean, I see y'all's argument 110%. I'm just being the devil's advocate, what you're gonna get back. You're gonna get back that, and you can see this in the news tomorrow, the Horn Lake Board of Aldermen denied the request to assist with funding for SROs in the public schools. Alderman Bostic. Alderman Bledsoe, excuse me.
You like him tonight.
Yeah.
Well,
Must be the chief's time.
Yeah.
the main thing is, they got $400 million. I believe they can find their budget, because we don't have $400 million to choose from.
That's the school boards.
Yeah,
About 350.
and I think the school board and the sheriff, I think they're all tied together, aren't they?
Well,
Because they funded before and it's funded now.
the school board is completely separate and independent. The school board goes before the Board of Supervisors and says, we want X amount of dollars. The Board of Supervisors cannot increase or decrease the amount that the school board requests. The only power that the Board of Supervisors has is they set the millage to collect that dollar amount for the school board.
So they need to
They can't
ask,
tell the school board what to do.
so they need to ask the school board to increase it, because it's already funded,
They'll
so.
have to ask the school board. We can't tell the Board of Supervisors what to do, and the Board of Supervisors can't tell the school board what to do. That's the system. Sir,
I guess I'm confused then, because this looks like it's an agreement between the city, the county, and the school district.
all three of them. All three of them. But what he's getting at is, we cannot tell the Board of Supervisors what to do, and they cannot tell the school board what to do, since they're all independent. But these three independent agencies, like us, they can't tell us what to do. They have to request the board to approve it, and that's your decision. Alderman Bostic.
When was the city aware of this before we received this packet on Friday?
We didn't get it, a week or two before, and we were trying to get it straightened out?
I probably was aware of it longer than that.
As I know, last year, we got a visit from a couple of supervisors to discuss this, and we all probably got a long-winded phone call, too, from supervisors that you had to put the phone down and say, okay, that's enough. And then they just send it to the city and up it to 90,000, and then we get it sprung on us in a packet. Here's another deal of the way it was handled.
Well, if I can beg your pardon, sir, when we found out about it, Mr. Billy and I had the same opinion. There was a one-time deal. So we tried to find out, and we just now found out. Nobody's trying to keep you in the dark. You always insinuate that.
I wasn't insinuating that with you. I was talking about the supervisors. They went way out there last year to try to make this happen, and this year they just kind of let it alone and just sent it to the city. I'm just saying they didn't make phone calls. I wasn't trying to insinuate anything, Mayor. If that's the way it came across, I apologize. I'm just
Well, if I
saying.
misunderstood you, I apologize
Okay,
too. I
cool.
thought you were talking about Mr. Campbell and I.
Oh, no, never. I never disrespect you, no.
I apologize to you because I misunderstood that.
Mayor, one question.
We
just-
need, go ahead.
If you could just clarify it for me, I want to make sure that I'm totally understand. All the school board has to do is walk into the city hall or county courthouse down there at the Board of Supervisors and say, we need another meal for school resource officers,
They just need to give a dollar amount.
whatever it
They
is.
give a dollar amount, and the Board of Supervisors.
$249,416 is what we need for school resources officers, and we need y'all to get us our tax money. That's all they have to do, is that correct?
That is the way I've always been taught.
Okay. So this is on the school board and the supervisors and the sheriff's back. They're just trying to get more money out of us so they ain't got to do their job. Am I reading it right?
You can read it. That's one way to read it. And of course, that's not going to be what comes out on the news. It's going to be that the Board of Aldermen turned down the request for funding for SRO officers in the Soda County Schools in Horn Lake. And I'm just saying that so y'all will, like I say, I'm being the devil's advocate. All right. Now, we have a motion to deny the request. We have a second. Is there any more discussion? All right. Aye vote will mean to deny the request. All right. Ms. Julie, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Absent.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. All right. Letter C, resolution to adopt the tax levy for the fiscal year 22-23. Do we have a motion?
Mayor, that should be 23, 24.
All right, 23-24. That's right. We're not going back a year. All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Alderman Young. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Do y'all, sir? Okay, thank you. Mr. Campbell was nice enough to remind me, for the benefit of people that haven't had a chance to know, there's no increase in the millage rate. No increase at all, still 50 mills. If your tax bill goes up, that means your property was assessed at a higher value. But the board did not increase the millage rate for the city of Horn Lake or its citizens, one single mill. Before we get into the discussion of the 2024 budget, would y'all like to take a break? Will y'all give us 10 minutes, please? Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are here. Let me find my agenda. Here it is. All right, we are on letter D, discussion of the 2024 budget. We had a deep and thorough discussion of this at the last meeting, and so we'll let Mr. Robinson take over and refresh everyone, please, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I'm really only going to reference, for the board's sake, the summary budget, because the summary budget is what we typically approve every year, that was in your packet. And what was in your packet really only has one thing that was highlighted. Really the only biggest change from our workshop was the legislator board of aldermen, that personnel services line reduced. The increase, the 1,200 increase, was taken out of that section. So the packet that you received, that should be the only highlighted line. You will see in the summary budget that we are proposing for approval tonight for 2024's budget, has a revenue of $30,272,937. That's close to what we've been discussing through the budget workshops. As I had mentioned, the nothing else is highlighted except in the legislative. Everybody else's, the mayor's total request is $173,186,000. The alderman is $208,161. The judicial or court department is $665,157. Finance and admin and IT, kind of all lumped in there together, is $651,284. Planning department is $1,040,121. The police department is $7,632,540. The fire department is $7,020,197. The street department is $1,398,574. Animal control is $501,650. The Parks Department request for Parks and Rec is $1,261,902, and the Parks Tournament is the same at $55,834. The 901 admin department is $9,664,330, and you'll see there the total revenue and total expense are the same, $30,272,937 for a balanced budget. The other departments or other categories, again, is library. You can see those are unchanged, still with the requests in there of $235,600. The hotel motel economic development is $355,000. Debt service, as Mr. Michael alluded, we did have some debt that has rolled off. So the total debt payments for next year is $1,412,000. You can see the ad valorem coming in for that and the debts that we will have to be responsible for next year. And then we last category or department is utilities, which utility revenue will be $9,610,900, and the expense to match that. So a total city operational budget with everything together and all departments and all categories is $41,886,437. And I will note, it was in your packet. And then I sent out another reminder today in an email, just reiterating the increases that were listed. By minutes, we have to list everybody's increase, and we've broken those down in the different categories by individual, by department. And I did note that we are going by anniversary dates on some that, we had multiple people that got job title changes and promotions here in the past couple months, and those and new hires, those increases will go in on their anniversary date. I did want to make one note, because I did send these out to the department heads today also to look over. And Chief Poland noted, and it is included in the summary budget that you're looking to approve, that the open position on the sheet that is highlighted under Miss Denise, right above Miss Jenny, one of the civilian positions, that is Miss Crystal's position for the receptionist. She was planning on that 2,100 for that position when it's filled. So just so you will know that is going to increase that from $17.52 to $18.53. And this is not shown on yours, so that 2,100 will be in effect, and that will raise that total salary to $38,541.60. So wanted to bring that to your attention, so all will be listed for approval tonight.
Does anyone have any questions? Alderman Bostic.
Yeah, last meeting, we brought up the library fund that we had committed to give, and you had made a mention, Mayor, that you were going to see if you could find out some more information on that before we approved that full amount, or we could move that to general funds until we make that decision. That way the bottom line would be the same, however you'd like to do that. If nobody wants to do anything, could we do that line separately from the budget to where if it's still in there, I would like to just have an opportunity to vote one way or the other on that.
Thank you, Alderman. I called and talked to Mrs. Barnes. It really wasn't a definite answer. It was really, I think that they really need to come and explain it to y'all, to the board, and to the public, because I had the same concerns that you did about it. It was like, well, we don't have to put this in, or we don't have to agree with everything that organization does, but they're still a member of that organization. So I am like you. I would like to hear more about it before we give them any money. Now, I don't know what would be the best way to handle this. Would, like Alderman Bostic said, just put it in general revenue? Or are we required by law to give a meal to the library?
No, and Mr. Billy can speak to this. Right now, it is not in the general fund. It is outside the general fund, along with the hotel motel tax. It's the ad valorem that is pulled out for that covers those funds. So it's a good thing that it is not in the general fund, because then it wouldn't affect our bottom line, whatever the board chooses to do. The only way it would change is more ad valorem would go into our general fund if you reduce the amount that will be pulled out to fund the library, which that could be a good thing. Our general fund would go up, it wouldn't go down. So right now, yeah, it is, the only way it would affect the general fund is if you choose not to do that, our general fund would go up.
Well, the library here in Horn Lake has all kind of programs for our citizens of every age group. And they just I don't see how they keep up. They just so many programs and activities going on all the time. I was just concerned, as Alderman Bostic was, the American Library Association, is that what it is? Their new chief officer is an avowed Marxist. And I don't know what kind of books there would be in the library reflecting that. And I think Alderman Bostic alluded, maybe there were some other books that were maybe not acceptable for younger readers. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, I will say, and Mr. Billy could speak to this, we do have a longstanding, I guess, MOU that, you know, some of these funds help the facility. You know, we help pay the upkeep of the facility and everything in the grounds. And some of the supervisors had commented about going back around to the cities and relooking at those MOUs, because some of the facilities are getting old. We're understanding that right here because this facility is over 22 years old, and thank goodness we're renovating. We have a little crime scene tape here because, you know, with a part of the renovation, they're working on our systems, and we had a ceiling tile and water come down here. So those facilities are aging, and some of this does help them maintain those facilities in all the municipalities.
I'm glad you reminded me that we do have a MOU with the county to help maintain the property. I don't know what our options would be on this. Go ahead.
I know you mean you've had many discussions about the facilities of what does the city take care of and what does the county take care of. So if you talk to a county supervisor, they're like, oh, well, we do the inside, y'all do the outside. It's like, we don't want the grounds to look bad, but definitely we want to cut the grass, make sure we tell them they got lights out or whatever's going on. You know, so, I mean, if we could figure just whatever that part is, approve that part, put the rest of it, move it wherever until we can figure out. I just can't support that. And just to give you some more information I found out this week, off a little bit, in our county schools, they have books that can only be checked out by parents or guardians' approval in our county schools right now, in the middle school, in the high school. I'm not sure about the intermediate, but I did find out for sure. So things are changing. It's up to us what we decide, what we're going to have. This is going to move forward. And I just want to make sure we do the right thing in God's eyes and the voice for this whole city.
Well, I'm glad to hear that the school board is making that policy for the high schools. I'm really thankful for that. Mr. Billy, gonna put you on the spot. Since we're kind of twixt and tween here, we have some questions about what's available at the library, but we don't want to cut our citizens off from the library. Is there any room for compromise or suggestions here?
Mayor, I don't know that I can help directly with that question. I can help with maybe how we get there from the standpoint of what we're going to levy and potentially expend for the library. If the board is wanting to make changes on that levy, we may need to have to go back and revisit the tax levy that we adopted earlier in this meeting, because that tax levy does have a 1 mil levy for the library. So we've adopted a levy saying we're going to collect 1 mil for the library. Now, that's reflected in the summary budget that Jim just went over. What's also reflected is the expense portion of that as well. So what you may consider doing is adopting it as presented, but withholding approval of any expenses that aren't in the MOU with the county for upkeep of the library, which includes utilities and lawn maintenance.
Yes, sir. Just so if we do adopt the 1 mil, that doesn't mean we have to spend it.
That's right. That's where I was headed, Mayor.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Comfortable with that? Adopt the 1 mil, but we don't have to spend it. Is anybody? Alderman Young.
That's what I was gonna ask, is because every time we come here in our consent agenda, on our consent agenda is an expenditure to the library. We can suspend that expenditure until we get these questions answered, can we not?
That's my
So
understanding.
that would be the motion, that we just suspend the expenditure with the exception, just like Mr. Billy said, of the upkeep of the exterior of the building, but do not expense another penny beyond that.
Right,
I think tonight, all we have to do, if the board is so inclined, is just adopt it, and then when they come in and ask for money, then you get to make the decision where you want to give the money.
I like that.
yeah,
Just
that
like
would
this
be
whole
the
budget,
claims docket.
Because it's
Exactly.
in there doesn't mean we have to spend it.
Right, and that could be, you have until the second board meeting in October. You know, we pay them, we've paid them all the way through what was adopted last year. You know, because we've made that payment in September in the claims docket. So we start over October 1 with this, and we can pay them or not pay them anytime during October. So we have a couple meetings to make that decision on, you know, what we are going to pay.
And I know I was talking to one of the supervisors about the MOU with the county and the libraries, and actually it's a regional library. And we got into some discussions, and then the elections came along, and that kind of went to wayside. Alderman Bledsoe.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
All right, they belong to an organization that tells them what they can put in the library and what they can't, and what people, so they need to get out of that library like, that organization like Texas did, and let them control their own thing like the school board said, you can check these books out, your parents can't, you can't. And I think Texas got, if I'm not mistaken, Texas got out of whatever library thing it was because they didn't like the way it was run.
There's been more states than Texas that have gotten out of it.
Well, I just use Texas for an example.
Yes,
It's
sir.
big.
It's big, yes. Did you have anything you want to say? Well, is that all right with everybody then? Just leave it like it is, and then we don't have to spend it to them. When they come in and ask for the money, we have to honor our MOU. I mean, that's the city's good name. We have to honor our MOU. But additional funds, Mr. Jim.
Yes, the library usually contacts me after, you know, we have to adopt the budget by September 15th every year. They probably know this is our last meeting, and they usually contact me, hey, did we get approved? Because they know it's based on budget approval. You know, if they contact me, I can share that, you know, we will be communicating further with them on this matter.
Anybody else have any? Alderman Bostic.
Is that MOU last forever,
I don't know how long this one
or
was.
is that something that we could revisit? Or terminate.
Supervisor was talking about redoing it. Then the elections came up and it kind of went by the wayside during the elections.
Well, Mr. Billy is looking that up. I will, I appreciate Mr. Michael coming down here and explaining the audit. I think he did a great job compared to some of the past audit firms. But, you know, he made reference to several pages. I didn't know what he was going to reference, but he did reference page 19 and kind of talked about the numbers there. I wish he would elaborate it a little bit more, because he talked about our standing, our net standing in 2021 was $3.5 million, $3,571,000 and 712. You know, he didn't reference that the prior year we ended at a 2.8 million. So our surplus between the last 2 years, if you look on that page, is 6.3, over 6.3 million. So two very good back-to-back years this one that he just finished in 21 increased yet again. So hopefully we'll keep that trend. But if you add the past 2 years together that have been audited, that's 6.3 million.
Well, that's due to everybody that works for the city and the board. Mr. Billy, did you have that?
I do, Mr. Mayor. The library interlocal with the county was signed in September of 2016, and it has a termination date of December 31, 2017, but has automatically renewed for 1-year periods since then. But it is subject to termination or renegotiation at any time at a renewal date at the end of the year. So that would be
December then.
Yes, sir.
We certainly don't want to lose the library, but there's so many questions about this American Library Association, about what they're pushing in the libraries, especially for considering our youth. And as Alderman Bostic said, there's been some steps taken about the high school, and it's up to us too to continue that, to protect our youth.
Yeah.
Alderman Bledsoe. Yeah.
My wife's
You
gonna
got-
call
both
me.
got
I don't
white
know what.
hair. I envy you.
Does DeSoto County, they belong to that association, the libraries,
The
whatever. it
regional
is.
library does.
Okay, can the DeSoto County get out of it, or is it statewide?
The regional library, now this, I don't know a whole lot about it, but from what I understand, the regional library system could be in it or be out of it. And I don't know if that's right, though.
I'm just saying, if you get out of it, you can run the library, you can tell them what books to do and what books not to do. I don't know either.
I'll ask Ms. Barnes to come to the next meeting.
We need to control our kids when they go to a library, and they can't tell us, we can't tell our kids what to check out and what not to check out.
You're exactly right. Would you remind me tomorrow to call Ms. Barnes? She's the head of the regional library, and ask her, could she come to the next board meeting? That the board has adopted the budget, but they have some questions. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Okay. Any discussion on the 2024 budget? Well, is there a motion to adopt the 2024 budget?
Mayor,
Alderman Young,
I make a motion to adopt the 2023-2024 budget as written and approved by this board.
we have a motion by Alderman Young. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Geis. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Guy.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. All right, we're down to letter F, discussion of the grass cutting contract for 23-24. Mr. Box, will you
Mayor.
you want to do that?
No, I don't. But I did want to ask if we need a separate motion to adopt the pay scale that was presented also.
Is that in the budget?
We still have to approve the raises, Mayor.
We do?
Yes, sir. The budget just plans on making those raises, but until the board actually votes on them, they're not effective.
Do we have a motion? Alderman Bostic.
Mayor, I had requested back on August the 28th with you and Jim to discuss some departments in executive session, and that was what it was concerning. And after we have those discussions, could we come back out after executive session and make that motion for the raises, please?
Does everybody approve of that? Everybody comfortable with that? Okay. All right. I guess we're on the grass cutting. Mr. Box.
Yes, sir. We have three contractors who have brought proposals for doing some of the contract grass cutting here in the city of Horn Lake. And I was just wondering on, is this something the board is willing to accept, or do we want to talk to them about, prorating us and start, what little we have left now, with the remaining of grass cutting season coming to an end shortly?
Who's cutting the grass now? Your crew?
My crew.
Well, this is your department. Did you want the board to consider prorating these contracts until the end of grass cutting season, or would you rather your department handle it? And
We could handle it. I wouldn't mind giving the maybe go ahead and seeing about whether or not I get these guys to prorate down to do this last month, just so I can see how well things have been going in the remainder of this month.
Well, I appreciate you being so specific in the contract about listing the locations to be cut. That was a big problem with our last company.
Yes.
So are you requesting the board then to allow you to see if these companies would consider offering their services at a prorated price until the end of September or October?
Yeah, I'm thinking end of September, and unless things considered to keep growing on into October, maybe extending into that a little bit.
Anybody on the board have any? Alderman Bostic?
We had a couple of proposals there from different,
I got 3 different proposals.
okay, you said to have, so we need to make a vote on which one of those 3 that you're
Yes.
talking about using. Also, is it in your budget right now to do that? And is it in your budget for 2023-24 to hire at one of the rates that they're quoting us? Did you already have that figured in
Is that
for next year?
Is that figured in, Jim?
Well, I believe Michael Hatcher's was the lowest rate, but if you consider what will come away from the salary line budget item and the professional services, we did bump that up a little bit. We would be able to transfer some of the salary line to professional services to cover that. If the rate stays the same as what they've proposed in your packet.
Alderman Bledsoe?
Is there any way that they can do per cutting?
This has been done per cut, I believe, and this is being cut once a week.
Okay, what you cut now, once a week?
We tried to cut once a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if they do per cutting, then you don't have to worry how long it goes. You just tell them, hey, I don't need you. It's grass is through growing, so you do it per cutting, and you pay them per cutting from here out whenever, when you say so.
Yeah, I can get all that information through them and see how they would want us, how they would want to charge us for this last bit here. If they want to charge us by acre or, by per cut. Per cut would be good, it'd be easy to figure. Yeah, it would.
Alderman Bostic?
Have you already negotiated with Michael Hatchers about doing what you were talking about doing, or is it you just brought that to us and then you're gonna call them tomorrow?
Yeah,
Have you briefed them on that?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to them tomorrow about it.
So you haven't briefed them on what you had in mind for them?
No, I haven't talked to them about, this is just like a yearly, for next year.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions? Alderman Johnson?
Mr. Box, although we do have the quotes in front of us, and you said you were going to contact Mr. Hatcher, is that the one you favor over the others?
Yes.
Because?
They were the lowest bid, and from what I understand with them, they do have quite a bit of equipment. So, and we didn't give them the whole, I didn't put a proposal together for the whole city system.
Mm-hmm.
So, with what they got now, which will be mainly grass cutting with mowers and weed eaters, I can see how well that's being done, and we can possibly move into expanding the contract into other areas.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions, or do we have a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept Michael Hatcher's proposal for grass cutting for the city of Horn Lake.
For just this prorated rate till the end of September?
I thought we were doing for the whole next year.
Yeah, if y'all
The
want to.
proposal was for next year.
Yeah, I would like for y'all to go ahead and propose for a whole, like, next year, accepting this contract form for next year, to let me speak to them about doing what we got remainder.
Yeah, that's what I'd like my motion to be for the,
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Alderman Klein. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Letter G, do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
make a motion to approve the contract with Eagle Specialties Traffic Signal Maintenance Agreement at an hourly rate of $85 with a maximum of 8 hours per month.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Dupree. Any discussion? Roll call, please. Miss Julie.
Aye.
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 Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Number 7, citizens' remarks. We have Mr. Casey McDonald. Please, sir. You know, Mr. McDonald, it's a 3-minute time limit on this. All right, sir. Do you need his name and address since you've got it here? You want him to say it? Go ahead, sir.
My name is Casey McDonald,
Stay back.
and you guys will have to excuse me. I'm not the best at public speaking, but I'm going to do my best. So I'm coming before you guys today regarding an incident that happened at my home August 27th. I had a sewer line clog and flooded my entire house with sewage, raw sewage. I couldn't get a plumber out until Wednesday, but I turned my water off Sunday night, to try to stop the problem because I thought it was on my end. Well, I come home from work Monday, there was more water in my house. I had no clue where it came from. Well, the plumber came out Wednesday, August 30th, and, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Reggie, a supervisor from the city, came out Sunday night. I was asking him for help, and he told me that there was nothing the city could do, and his hands were tied. So I get a plumber out Wednesday, August 30th, and he ran 75 foot of snake through my line, and he couldn't find a blockage. There was zero resistance. Well, he also ran a camera the same length and couldn't find anything in my sewage line, and he made the assumption that it was on the city's side. It was full. While he was there, my house flooded again, even worse than the 27th of August. Over 4 inches of raw sewage went through my entire house. My neighbor, out of the kindness of her heart, called Mr. Stephen Box, and when he heard that the water was turned off, he called a pump truck to pump city sewers. As soon as they started those pump trucks, all the water from my cutoff and my house left. Well, it was turned over to the city's insurance. They called me today and told me they denied my claim because I didn't give them notice that there was a problem. Now, my question is, how am I supposed to know when the city's sewer lines are going to be full and cause a backup into my home? And I would also like to know is Sunday, August 27th, when I spoke to Reggie from the city, all the way until Wednesday, would that not be a notice? I mean, it's 3 days of my house flooding every single day of raw sewage. Now, I have a 10-month-old son that has lost all his toys. He's lost his home, and the city's telling me they can't do anything about it.
Well, Ms. McDonald, I think every one of us up here just cringe at the thought, but we can't give you an answer if you're in the midst of dealing with insurance. We cannot do it.
Right.
You're welcome to call City Hall tomorrow, and we can talk to our insurance officer and see the next step, but we cannot give you an answer up here. I think you've contacted your insurance company.
My own homeowner's
Right,
insurance told me
We
that,
can't sit up here and give an answer to you. I wish we could, but we can't. If you would call City Hall tomorrow, I would certainly appreciate it. That would give me a chance to talk to our insurance officer
yes, sir.
and see the next steps.
And all the information that I gave you guys today, as far as the invoice and a letter from Greenway, which is the plumbing company that I had out, stating that they believed it was on the city. It was in their professional opinion that it was the city's backup that caused that to my home. I have that, a couple of those printed out for you tonight.
If you would just leave them with leave them with Mr. Chad. I'll get them from Mr. Chad later.
Sir, I appreciate
Sorry
it.
about that. It's really horrible.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mayor, Alderman, correspondence. I hope everyone had a safe and happy Labor Day. Really appreciate everything all the departments do to help all of our citizens and to protect all of our citizens. All right. Alderman Young, did you have, let's see, consideration of amendments to Article 8? Is that you, Alderman Young?
I just, no, that's not me. I mean, it's just, I believe it was Mr. Geis that was bringing
Is
this.
it you, Mr. Geis? Do you mind if we start with Mr. Geis then? All right, Alderman Geis.
No, this is yours. This is about, maybe amending the nuisance sections of the zoning ordinance. I guess you'd included, this includes any type of vehicles and the junk appliance and rubbish
Okay.
deal.
That's the one, and I don't have that in front of me. Yes, pass that down, please. Thank you. Thank you for, Mr. Billy. I was going in Mr. Geis' direction. Yes, sir, thank you. If y'all, I think everybody had it except now Ms. Johnson. The thing that I look at is, for some reason, for somewhere, for somehow, the word has got around town that our streets are a public place for people to work on their vehicles and to store them. There's vehicles out there that's got pickup trucks that are just full of what, I have no idea of what it is. And they're just sitting there, you know, and I hear this, well, they got tags on them. Can anybody tell me that those tags are registered to those vehicles? The police can, but have we got, I mean, we don't know that. We don't get the report on that. Do we even know that's being checked? That's my point. So you're sitting here and you got vehicles sitting in front of people's houses, and they're missing bumpers, they're missing hoods, they're missing windows, they're flat tires, their own jacks. The list just goes on and on. So I would like to amend the purpose of that it would include any type of vehicle that, I mean, somebody, if they want to put a car in the driveway and put a for sale sign on it, that's one thing. Okay, parking it out on the street, our streets are not repair facilities. At least I don't think they are. They shouldn't just be sitting there, falling apart, drive shafts out of them, tires off of them, rear ends off of them. Heck, there's even one in my ward that doesn't even have any tires on it. The wrecker just dropped it right there and drove off. I don't know, does it belong to that guy? I have no clue. I don't think anybody in the town does. That would be one thing. This is also needs to be included into the RIPLA and the city's retail ordinance, rental ordinance, that this is not allowed. I mean, I know Alderman Bosick has the same problem I have in 3, and I know Alderman Dupree has, and I'm sure Ms. Johnson does. 4 of our 6 wards are storage locations for junk cars. There was one the other day that I was sent. I don't know if anybody else was sent, but there was a yard or a piece of property over in Ward 5, Miss Johnson's ward, that we went out and we stuck a sign in there with a piece of paper on there, signed by our planning, about got to cut the grass. You know, you're going against the grass. You got to cut the grass. We're going to come out here and do it if we don't. And it was on the thing. The amazing thing about it is in the same picture, there was a junk van in the background, no tires, no tags, and busted windows. But guess what? When I went and looked at it, there's not a sticker on that thing. That just vanished. It was just a mirage, I guess, when they put that sign. Why didn't they just go ahead and do the van while they were there? This is the kind of stuff we're missing that our citizens expect us to handle as a city, not just here, but down there. Our police department needs to be more integrated when our code enforcement is not out. I follow police officers. They drive right by a tractor trailer sitting in front of somebody's house. They drive right by it. They didn't see that mirage. They didn't see it. Is there anything anywhere in any piece of paper that says the police department's not supposed to enforce the laws that this board puts out there? No, they're supposed to. Folks, it's up to us to clean this city up. We got TJ Cates out here tearing up the bushes, finding us new businesses. And yet we've got 4 of our 6 wards in this city allow this stuff to go in. I would like this implemented into our code, these issues that are outlined in here in yellow. And actually, y'all are lucky because this is the smaller one that I've really tore apart. That one's coming. Mr. Billy's smiling. I think he saw it. It should be coming next. Our citizens deserve better. And if these knuckleheads and these thugs want to continue to trash up our city, I'm going to take a personal responsibility to make sure code, planning, and the police department, we either tow them, ticket them, or fine them. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Thank you, Mayor.
Now, to get this done, this is going to take a public hearing, isn't it? Zoning?
It will, Mayor, and I guess before we get to that particular point, let me ask this, because we got some provisions already on the books that says this: no person shall leave a junk vehicle on any street or highway within the city. No person shall perform maintenance on a vehicle while parked on a street unless such is of a minor nature to get a disabled vehicle moving again. It shall be unlawful to store or keep any junk vehicle on any property within the city unless the vehicle or any part thereof is completely enclosed within a building in a lawful manner where it is not visible from the street or other public and private property, or the vehicle or part thereof is stored on property that is maintained in such a manner so that it does not constitute a health hazard and is screened from ordinary public view. So we've got some provisions that you described that you wanted already in the code.
So, we circle back around. Our job is to enforce those that we're not enforcing them. Case in point, Hurt Road in 302. There are junk cars that's been sitting behind a convenience store for 6 years. I have complained. I have sent pictures. I have made phone calls. I have done everything. You know what? They added some last week. My question, Mayor, what do we have to do? It's already in there. He just read it. There's my lure I threw out. It was bitten and it was sucked under and we got a fish on the hook. Mm-hmm. How do we fix this?
We're going to have to enforce them.
How do we enforce? Because we haven't done it so far.
We're just going to have to enforce them. It's going to be up to me to impress on the department heads the importance of these issues to the board, to the citizens. And I know we're short-handed in code enforcement right now. I realize that. but we need to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And as the board members have pointed out, it's the property owner that needs to be notified. If you go buy a house, there's code violations, and it's a rental property, you do not need to speak to the renter. You notify the property owner. And of course, we would appreciate anything the police could do when they're out there riding around to assist. That's all we can do.
I thank you so much.
I think y'all realize the board's really serious about this and expects it to be done. Thank you. All right,
Mayor,
Alderman Bledsoe.
I'm gonna pat him on the back. I had a truck just opposite my house, had 2 tires gone, sitting in the driveway. Leaves about covered it up. I called you and I called Chad, because you said I could, and Chad called the code, and she went out there, and next thing I know, there's almost wax in that truck. So she got them straightened, and that's all it takes if, you know.
We need more, well, let's just say it publicly. The planning department right now doesn't have but 2 code officers to be out there. We got 27,000 people. We have openings for good qualified code officers. We need 2. Alderman Bostic.
First off, those vehicles you're speaking about that's been there for 6 years, they've actually been there longer.
I only know 6.
Okay, are those the ones that belong to Magnolia Tire? So it's behind the fence there? So that's a business.
No, they're on this side of the fence. They're not even fenced in.
But I'm saying those are parked there by Magnolia.
I would think so, yes.
So we could just contact, we know who to contact. So anyway, also in the past, I know if there's a car on the road that's inoperable and doesn't have a tag, long before I came up here, got involved in this field, I just contacted the police department and they would come out there and put an orange sticker on it. And they had so many days to move it, and if they didn't, the police department came and towed it away and piled it over there with Silver Star with all the rest of the vehicles over there. Is that correct? We still do that today? So you could contact the police department on any of those addresses you have, and they can put an orange sticker on it, and if it's not moved, how many days is it, Chief?
It's at the discretion of the officer that goes out. Typically, it's 48 hours.
48 hours? So in 48 hours, if nothing's done, it's hauled out of there. Wheels, no wheels, whatever, as long as, if it's not operable and it has no tag on it, and they can attack it.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Mayor,
Alderman Young.
if you get off early tomorrow, holler at me. I'll take you around and show you about 20 orange stickers that are faded. Hadn't been towed yet.
Seriously?
Seriously. Some of them are in your ward.
Hey, I'd love to see them.
Mayor,
Alderman Dupree.
there has been several houses over in my ward that cars or vehicles been out there for a couple of years now. They've had tags on them. The tags have been ripped off and nothing's happened to them. I've seen it with my own eyes. They were out there ripping the tag off just the other day. The car is covered up. Looks like it's been sitting there for years. But they go and buy the $10 tag to make it legal. We got to do something about that. Just because you go and have a tag put on that car, there's no consequences. We got to change that. The car is broken down, obviously it's on flats, but they got a good tag on it.
Mayor.
You're talking about a license tag.
Yes,
I know the code says the vehicle has to have a tag, current tag, but it has to be operable.
Yeah.
It cannot be on flat.
Okay, I understand that. So why is that being enforced as well?
Because, I'll tell you, every one of y'all really know this, because the police are short-handed, and code's short-handed. And there's only so much they can do in the course of a day.
I understand
Because
that.
it takes a lot of, and I'm not taking up for them, and I'm not disputing y'all, but there's only so many bodies out there, and there's a lot more cars and junk out there than there are bodies right now to enforce this. I think after this tonight, that Mr. Chad and Chief Pullen will really push on their staff to be more on the lookout for these things. But the simple fact is, there's only so many bodies to enforce these ordinances. And I agree with every one of y'all. But reality is reality, and we just can't run them down because they don't have the manpower.
Mayor,
Alderman Geis,
maybe I could make a suggestion that
I wish you would.
they do a saturation code in police, like we do on DUIs, seatbelts, or whatever, put some overtime in their budget, and get some officers in code, have them come in, and focus one day just on hitting each ward and writing those things up. And what's been mentioned, and I think Mr. Campbell mentioned it, was unless things have changed in the ordinance, when I was doing it, it didn't matter if it had a valid tag or not, or a safety inspection. If it had grass growing under it and it was on 3 flat tires and it was full of junk, we wrote it. Common sense told us that it was not an operable vehicle, and that's the key in that ordinance, is it operable. So I think the issue isn't our ordinances, it's the enforcement of them. And I understand we're short, but let's do something and saturate these wards and work on that. One day, focus a month and focus on it and write everybody up you can write up.
This board has been very generous in funding those departments. We just got to get the bodies. Alderman Bledsoe.
The cars he's talking about, that's the same time when I reported those 2 trailers sitting there. I think the trailers are gone now, aren't you, Chad?
Yeah, the trailers are.
Yeah. So they should have, when those were gone, they should have went right across the street because they're right there. And you can see them spread out. So, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
I think sometimes they have to write up a report, don't they, Mr. Chad?
Mr. Mayor, normally what code would do, or at least I think what they do, is if they get a complaint and they respond, sometimes they will not start a case hoping that, if they give the 24 or 48 hours, when they go back, it'd be removed or fixed or whatever the issue would be. Obviously, if it's not fixed, they'll start a case, which does take some time. The 2 code enforcement officers today, they almost inspected, between the 2 of them, 30 properties each, which is an incredible number. Most time I wouldn't expect any more really than 20. And then most days are probably more in the 10 to 12 area. When you take in the photos, the time to talk and talk to people, and then to create the cases, if they actually have to create the case in the office. So at least today, and on other days, they've been doing very good. I think it sounds like most people aren't pleased with them, and I know that they also have a lot of emotion that comes with the position. Last week, one of the officers came across 4 dead dogs. People have just moved on, and they just left the dogs to die, and so that affects their performance. It really hurts their performance to some degree, because they just have to process that. So there's different aspects to the position that a lot of people don't realize that they come across, from people stealing water in town to doing all sorts of nasty things. So code's doing very well. I know a lot of people don't believe that. They just want to see results. I get it. But we don't have enough people. We're not hiring anybody right now to bring in, because some of the work they're doing from the house, and they don't feel comfortable with if they're training people in the house with them. So we're basically waiting. If we do have a few applications that we've looked through, we're hoping to process once we get back into our regular offices. So that's kind of the status quo right now.
Thank you, sir. Okay, moving along, because we're still on Alderman correspondence. And Alderman Dupree, do you have anything tonight, sir?
Yes, sir, I do. It goes along with cleaning up the city. I read an article about a small town in Indiana, about the size of our town. And they had a pollution problem. People throwing trash out, what have you. You know, I get out every couple of weeks with a trash bag and I go clean up around the area. And I was just wondering if we could do what this little town did. Public Works, Parks, Police Department, even the Fire Department, they all carried around a couple of trash bags. And when they're going from point A to point B, non-emergency, if they see some trash, just pull over the side of the road and pick it up in your bag. Is there something that we can do like that? I mean, there's plenty of time in the day that there's not emergencies. Just riding down the road, see a piece of trash, instead of driving by it, do like I do, get out and pick it up. And that helped. After 6 months, their pollution problem was solved. Just by little movements like that.
If the department heads will consider the good suggestion by Alderman Dupree, throw it out to your staff. You can't mandate it because but if they would be considering that to adopt it as a public service when your people are out riding around.
This is our city, it's their city, and I think we all need to take a part in cleaning that up. Every one of us.
Yes, sir. It's a good
That's
idea.
all I have.
Alderman Johnson, you have anything?
Yes, sir. I want to say something similar to the gentleman who just spoke. We take pride in our city, and as you all can see, we are very passionate about our city as well. The police and code have been working very hard. I've spoken with Miss Belinda this week, by the way, with her looking at a case that I had called about. It is all of our city, and you all have heard the charge. You guys hear the budget. You all know that we are short-staffed. This is all of our city. All of us should take a part. If you see something wrong, do something. Don't just let it sit. Don't be a part of the problem. Let's look for solutions, and it definitely takes all of us. So that is my charge to you all, to those who are watching us. Let's just take part. I pick up paper myself all the time just because I see it. Not that I put it down, but let us all work together.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you. Alderman Bostic, you have anything, sir?
Good.
Alderman Geis? Alderman Bledsoe?
I just want one thing, the code people did a great job on the house near me that had the grass about 4 feet high. I only caught one copperhead the other day, so I'm doing good.
Alderman Klein, you have anything, sir?
No, sir.
Mr. Jim, you have anything?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Billy, you have anything?
Mayor, I had one item on the agenda. Alderman Geis was about to jump in and talk about it earlier, but we talked about schools and daycares relative to medical cannabis dispensaries back on August 15th, and ultimately, we didn't take any action on it, and Alderman Geis wasn't present at that meeting. I think has some desire for the case to be reheard. So if the board is inclined to rehear that case, we would need a motion to set a new public hearing date on that case, and the earliest we could do that would be October 3.
Do we have such a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis?
make a motion to put on the October 3rd meeting the discussion regarding the hearing on planning case number 2023-13A1, a text amendment to Article 11, use chart of the city zoning ordinance regarding schools, daycares, and medical dispensaries.
Second.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis, a second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Chief Pullen, did you have anything for the board tonight, other
No,
than you might be on school duty.
No, sir, Mayor, I don't. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Chief Pullen?
Yes, sir.
Alderman Dupree?
Chief, thank you for what you're doing for the city, for our police department. I really appreciate it. And I will tell you, no names mentioned, but your officers' morale has gone sky high. It's because of you. Thank you.
Mr. Box, you have anything for the board?
Thank you, Mayor. No, sir, I don't have anything tonight.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Mr. Box? Chief Linville, you have anything for the board, sir?
No, sir.
What? Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman Bledsoe.
Mr. Box down there at Tulane and Austin again, they cut the little strip but they need to bag up, because when you pull up to the thing, you look and there's nothing but grass. So if you might tell them, I mean, they cut it, but I don't think they know how far to cut it.
Tulane and Austin?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Anything else, Alderman? All right, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see you down there doing that. Chief Linville, do you have anything for the board, sir?
No, sir, I don't have anything.
Anyone have any questions, comments for Chief Linville? Mr. Drew, do you have anything for the board, sir?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Board. I just want to remind everybody about the rodeo. It's coming to town on September the 15th and 16th at Latimer Park. So I hope everybody comes out and has a good time.
Alderman Young.
Just want to remind, if anybody wants to come at 10 o'clock Friday, or Wednesday, excuse me, the gentleman from the rodeo will be here. So if you want to come and get involved, we need the fire chief if at all possible and the police chief if at all possible at that meeting, and it will be at the park office. Drew has said will have fillets and lobster with drawn butter. So I don't know how you're going to work that in your budget, but I appreciate it. That's all I got.
Do you need any volunteers?
I thought it was
Do
a
they
12.
need any volunteers to help?
We're the ladies, when I say ladies, Mr. Dupree's and my wife are working with, Ms. Linville about using the mayor's youth council.
Okay.
So that may take, they need service hours anyway. Yes, sir. It's Wednesday. Is tomorrow Wednesday?
Today's Tuesday.
Well, I don't know, yeah, tomorrow, tomorrow at 12 o'clock, I'm sorry, 12 o'clock I got too many meetings.
Anybody got any drug tests?
I'll take one.
Okay, it's 12 o'clock instead of 10 now.
Tomorrow.
Oh, I had tomorrow, all right.
Where is it, Alderman?
At the park office.
Mayor,
Alderman Bledsoe.
I'll go along with that. We do need them there, because this is the final say, this is what's going to be done. And the chief needs to know about the fire hose. He got to run from there to here. And who's going to take care of the lights? Stephen, did you ever find out about the lights from the county?
I did ask about that. The county uses the lights that you've already acquired.
That was emergency management, okay.
Yeah.
We're short 2 lights, so we need at least 2 more tall lights to stick up. We got 5 right now, and I'd like to have 8, but we could squeeze just 2, if anybody knows, or he might know.
Anybody else have any questions for Chief Linville? All right. Mr. Drew? All right. Anybody have any questions, Mr. Drew? Everybody, please come out. It's going to be a first-class rodeo. It's going to be fun. It's really going to be fun. Mr. Malavasi, did you have anything? And I want to thank you for all the EWP projects you've got down there.
Yes, sir.
100%. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. No, sir, I don't have anything tonight, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Does anybody have any questions? Alderman Young.
The only thing I need to ask you, Mr. Malavasi, is over there on West Tulane and on Shadow Oaks and all that, where they did the curb and gutter and paving and everything,
Yes,
can they relick that and clean that up a little bit better than what they did?
Yes, sir. They have been instructed to do so. I haven't heard anything feedback. I saw some pictures today where they were reprimanded again for having gravel in the curb, so.
Yeah, they got a mess in it to clean up.
Yeah. We'll stay on top of it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I would like to warn you, Mr. Malavase, that Mr. Dixon is present, and he is up to here with the way they've cleaned up, and we gave him your personal name and address. So.
Call me.
Mr. Glenn, did you have anything for the board, sir?
Well, sir, I just wanted to remind everyone that we are still waiting for that Shelter Love program, which we could definitely use so that we're not using an antiquated system to record our population and everything that we're doing. But I also had some good news for everyone. In light of the last meeting, I recalled you saying that you wanted me to kind of talk a little bit about some of what we had accomplished. Well, even in our audience right here, we have a couple of people who have now become almost full-time volunteers and fosterers. We have launched those programs. We've had Mississippi State come and do assessments for us at no charge. They were with us last week. And we've also started our wellness program. So we are at the point now where all of our animals that we're putting up for adoption are going to have all the testing and vaccines that they need so that people do want to adopt them. So we've actually started on the cats, and so all of our cats now are officially tested for feline leukemia and FIV, which is something that a lot of adopters are looking for. They want to know the status of the cats before they adopt them. So we have successfully implemented that, and so all of our cats now are tested. We'll be moving towards heartworm tests very, very soon. But again, it's really important for us to really, say thank you and to the volunteers and the fosters who are here in the audience.
Would you like to recognize them?
Sure. Wanda, please stand for us. This is Miss Wanda. Thank you, Miss Wanda. And we have Michelle. Please stand for us. Michelle has fostered about 3 or 4 dogs from us. She's also aided in getting a few of them adopted, and she's foster failed too. But it's given us the space that we needed, and it's been just a huge help, a huge assistance. We've also started the teenage volunteers. So we have young folks that are coming in now who are interested in helping us out. They're coming in on the weekends and they're shadowing people just for enrichment. We're not really letting them play with animals just because of the liability, but we are using that time to educate them so that they understand what pet parenthood is like and just what we're doing there at the shelter. So we've had a lot of good turns in the last couple of weeks.
Thank you. It's wonderful news. Really, thank you. And thank you, ladies, very much. September the 16th. And these are the dogs from Horn Lake Animal Shelter. Thank you very, very much for doing that. Mr. Chad, did anybody have any questions or comments for Mr. Glenn? Mr. Alderman Dupree?
Yeah,
Or
I
do
want
we
to
have
give
to
him
extend it? Is
a
it time?
compliment. We were doing the scavenger hunt, and one of our stops was at the animal shelter. And of course, we were running around, and we were kind of in a hurry. So we went me and the kids, we went into the cat house, and lo and behold, he's in there in his overalls or whatever he was wearing, up to his neck, and you know what, cleaning. And I just want to give him kudos for the work that he has done in this shelter. He has done an awesome job.
Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Anyone else have any questions or comments for Mr. Glenn? Thank you, Mr. Glenn. Alderman Johnson.
Yes, sir. I just want to know what time the adoption event is.
It's from 10 a.m. to 4.
10 to 4. Okay, thank you.
Do you need a dog?
Get that to the paper so they can get it out, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chad, do you have anything for the board, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I do not. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Chad? Alderman Bostic.
Yes, Mayor, back on August the 28th, I text you a picture of some overgrown hedges there at the exit out of Walgreens and Walmart parking lot onto Horn Lake Road. And I was just wanted to ask Chad what is being done about that, because that's a real hazardous right there, trying to take a left turn back down the Horn Lake Road. You can't see to the right, and those hedges are just out of control there on that right-of-way behind the Walgreens there. And I want to make sure you got that picture. He said he sent that to you, so I want to make sure that you got that.
Thank you for bringing that up. I actually don't recall that. That doesn't mean that you didn't send it to me and I didn't receive it and didn't read it or whatever. But let me check up with code and see where they're at with that. Maybe I passed it on and I just don't recall it tonight. But if not, we will look into that and see what can be done.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Jim, did you have anything? I'll ask you again, did you have anything for the board?
No, sir, Mayor.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Jim? Okay. We have a motion to go into closed determination.
Mayor, I make a motion to go in closed determination.
Who was it? Alderman Geis? We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
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 Y'all excuse us for a few moments, please.
We don't have a room back there, do we? We have to stay here, Mayor.
Motion to come out of closed determination.
Mayor, I make a motion to come out of closed determination.
Motion by Alderman Geis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Bostic. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Miss Julie.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Guy.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carries 6 in favor, 1 absent. Do we have a motion to go in executive session?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion go into executive session for item A, discussions regarding employment of a person or persons in a specific position, and B, discussion of personnel matters in fire, planning, police, and animal control.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Bostic. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Guy.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to ask you, but could y'all step out into the lobby
Daniel's gonna get it going back.
The Wizard of Oz has given us the okay. No place like home, is it, sir? No matter what time of the night, there's no place like home. Do we have any motions resulting from discussions in executive session?
Mayor,
Alderman Dupree.
I would like to make the motion to extend or table till the next meeting, to vote on economical development personnel. Table the motion to deny or,
Well, we don't have any motions at all right now. What is your motion, sir?
my motion is to table the economical development personnel until next meeting, to vote on it.
We have a motion by Alderman Dupree. Do we have a second?
Second.
Was that you, Alderman Young? Second by Alderman Young. Any discussion?
Mayor, I think it's just the motions are running high. I think we just need to have
All right.
a period.
Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic. Alderman Geis.
Nay.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Nay.
Motion passes 4 in favor, 3 nays. Sir? I didn't know we had a motion to table. Yeah, he just made it. And Alderman Young seconded it. You're right, I'm so tired. Thank you, I'm so tired, I didn't even catch it, thank you. But I have another one that Mr. Campbell wrote up. Okay, can we disregard, how do we disregard this? By rules of order?
Mayor, it's
It's out
been
of
made.
order?
Yeah, yes, sir. It's been made and voted for, so, we'll move on.
All right, charge on, Alderman Geis.
Mayor, I move to extend the probation of employee number 590 for a period of 90 days pending possible further consideration of and/or action on the recommended disciplinary notice dated August 14th, 2023, and/or any other disciplinary action against said employee.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Dupree. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Do we have any other motions? Do we
Mayor,
have any other motions? All right, so what about the pay raises?
Ma- ma-
What'd you say, Mr. Billy?
I thought, I was gonna say that. I think, Mr. Robinson kind of wanted to, maybe make. some-
Drag everything out? Sure. Y'all come back next week, we'll just, bring pizza.
Well,
You'll
I
be in
mean,
charge of the meeting, Alderman Klein. Alderman Bledsoe. Well,
Well, the.
you yield the floor to him, Alderman Bledsoe? Do you yield the floor to Mr. Jim? Oh, okay. Mr. Jim.
I mean, I just don't want everything coming back on me, but in years past, when we did not clarify things that were discussed before we came out of executive session, that's where some things got construed wrong when it came to specific raises. It's happened in years past. I didn't want it to happen again this year. If we want to discuss it on the open floor, we can do so.
What is the will of the board? If you want to go home, make a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion, we approve the pay raises as written.
We have a motion by Alderman Young. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion? Alderman Bledsoe.
It's what he's got, what he's trying to figure out to make sure that the pluses and the minuses equal. That's what I want to know, why he wants to.
I think it's, we discussed some people that have been promoted during the year, and, he needs to let those folks know that and adjust that on the paperwork.
I thought the board wanted it like that.
We did, but it's not in this. There was a few that weren't listed.
I thought that the ones that weren't in the yellow, that y'all were happy with it not being in the yellow, that y'all deserved as they went to the next position.
Okay. Well, no, I mean, everything so far stands from our discussion, except, you know, both were in police and fire, and I just wanted clarification on they stand as they are on this sheet, or they change. So.
All right, we had a motion, we had a second. This is the time for discussion. Because what he's talking about is the pay raise sheet, and he needed clarification on it. What? Alderman Klein,
So can he get clarification right now? Or is it something
can we
we
do it
have
right
to?
now? Open?
Sure, Mayor, we can go back into executive session if
Yep.
necessary.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, I'd assume let's get it done.
But you got a motion on the floor.
We got a motion and we got a second. Mr. Billy says we can discuss those if we go back in executive session.
That way we get through.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Can they withdraw their motion in a second?
Mr. Mayor, we now have a motion on the floor that we can table.
Well, we gotta take care of this motion first, haven't we?
We'd be tabling the current motion.
Okay, we've got a motion to table the previous motion. Do we have a second to the motion to table the previous motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Well,
Sir?
someone make that motion? I can't make it.
All right. Alderman Bledsoe made the motion to table the previous motion. Now, you second the previous motion, so I don't think you can second the table.
You can.
Yeah.
So I'll second the table.
Second by Alderman Klein. All right. Which one do we vote on first? The one to table the motion?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're going to vote on the motion to table the previous motion. All right. Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Are there any more motions?
Mayor,
Alderman Johnson,
I motion that we adjourn this meeting.
thank you so much for the mercy killing. We have a motion to adjourn by Alderman Johnson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Ladies and gentlemen, this honorable board is now adjourned.